Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ostiarius, but you can call me Osti, and welcome to more The Great Ace Attorney. We could not stream yesterday because, honestly, it was just because I was exhausted. And so, after a good night of rest, I decided let's compensate that by having today be a big, long stream. So, it's currently 4 hours before our usual start time. So should be able to honestly kind of want to finish third case and fourth case in one go. But we will see. We should be able to stream for 7 hours. The third case shouldn't be longer than an hour. It should be the final courtroom because there's no way there's going to be more. But it feels like there's so much. But it could just be a short one because honestly, the prosecution has a very weak case against us. It could just be a short a short courtroom, and then all of this stuff overflows to the next case. All of the secret Van Zick's background stuff. We'll see. Absolutely, the Van Zick story is not gonna end up in this case because we still have so much to do with the Hounds of Baskerville stuff. So, Old Bailey, defendant antechamber. Sorry if I forget anything. Again, I haven't streamed yesterday, so I am trying to remember stuff. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. Should be. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Schultz, he's starting to be more of a usual character in the courtroom, I guess. Yeah, maybe it's just because of how more connected he is with the entire backstory. Naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Ooh. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. I love how they are pretty much just ignoring him. Yes, I will. I realize... My dear fellas, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you have overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction? Sorry, don't follow? As I spell it out, I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, you must agree then. As you know, my sleep is quite impenetrable. I always have to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, kicked me, and she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend in my face, and at last I was bestired. Oh, Iris must have been busy. Iris doesn't have a need for her to go that far, she's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibility of blending tea. I'm the one worth of praising here, not Iris. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. What are you doing? What's the case even going to be now? Because they really don't have that much to pin on our client. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the green expression this delightful early hour? And we still don't actually know how... Did they not found the second bird case? Like, transporting the guy from here to here, that is already hard to believe. At least in that time frame. But the cage is the worst one. I genuinely thought we were going to open and find a second bird cage inside of here. I guess most of the clues we're going to get are whatever the forensic team finds on the place. But Von Vix was with them, so he would have an advantage, and that wouldn't be fair, but I guess it's not supposed to be fair. Gregson, my dear fella, why the green expression this delightful early hour? Oh, I don't know, maybe because they've been confronted with a grammar expression, huh? Dear me, are you gonna take that insults laying down, Professor? Just here. Oh, I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling maybe it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I have to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. The Professor autopsy report that the mass murderer who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now, all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Okay, why did they keep his identity a secret? Because he was noble himself and they didn't want nobility to look bad. The killer autopsy report. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Condemned prisoner. Redacted. Along with the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17 June. Courtney Stevens. Okay, that's it. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. There's a lonely lot at the yards and just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Oh, then, Professor Harebrain, this is it at last. This is it. Today we are gonna lay down a lot. Today we are going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. This is it, the final chapter. Funny, my heart is racing a little. I have not felt this before, actually, this strange foreboding. As if something is going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I cannot let that distract me from the only thing that really matters, finding the truth. What if I feel a little agitated? I think I have everything ready for today, but I'm not 100% sure that I didn't forget anything. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom in section again. There was someone else in the left there, I guess. Oh yeah, Von Zix was going to bring Kazuma now as an assistant. Resuming the public hearing of the Albert Harebrain, here to present who stands accused of murder. Here present, who stands accused of murder. Just changing some stuff. Are the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Zix has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory lost. That should be for now. If I may, Lord Von Zix. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing at your side. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceeding will see the The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. They have a dual animation. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. Man, I would love to have someone beside me just to take care of my drink for me. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. He's still suffering from amnesia, but there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but this is so hard. We really just let Holmes go and didn't grind him about it. We just asked him and then he changed subjects and we just, okay, let's go with it. It would appear that prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what exactly is the base accusation we have against the defendant today, who have been choosing at random? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord, I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do despise deception and deceit. I find it very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician code not to mention the law. And fake scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen what is said on both sides, defense, and then settle one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day, wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zix. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Grant Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the teleportation machines which was installed on the experimental stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? I thought this was going to be in the newspapers or something. An explosion. This is an outrage. How are you guys not aware of that? Yes, I heard the grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to its meters, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Okay, so it does open, and so there is probably going to be the cage all the way in the bottle. Everything seems to be destroyed. There doesn't look like there's anything relevant. Aside from the fact that this opens. Oh my god, it's 3 PM. How the fuck am I? Oh god. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He needed to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Traveler. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Okay, we are now on the 3rd page of evidence, right? Yep. Controlled by the time bomb, the metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. And we can see that it actually does open. I like the magnifying glass. I dislike how non-important it is. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Act was revoked. However, before a full... Oh god, I cannot believe I forgot to open this fucking... Before a complete investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. You just put this here. Pearly. Thickney. As it stands, with no evidence which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the Kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain, for it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
Lord Van Zix rightfully says this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the event that transpires. He acknowledged that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, Counsel, if you please. The engineer, Enoch Darbley, and the victim himself, Audi Asman. So, what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establish the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Okay, so the case they are going for is the machine was built to based on his papers, and because of that the machine ended up malfunctioning and he dies. And so as the designer, he should be held accountable for it. While we are going with the machine didn't malfunction, they changed the blueprints to purposely make the accident, so it's their fault that he died, and Albert actually doesn't really have anything to do, since his blueprint will never actually used as a base or something along those lines. Okay. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zyck, summons your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. So, we need to prove that he made the machine to kill Asman, while the prosecution wants to argue that he just made the machine according to Albert design and has nothing else to it. Name Enoch Drebber. Occupation hard-to-pin down, I would say. Oh, occupation, hard to pin down. Not as in my occupation is difficult to explain, but my occupation is you don't catch me. See that black monocle? Yes. Why do I feel as though I have seen somewhere before? Oh, you too. I have exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You are familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused teleportation machine demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, but in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Amazed this device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at the last. Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste it was blew up. Well, we already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Objection! We have established enough. You know we have established the fucking balloon, my dude. Like, is this... How many times are we going to have a case where the courtroom, where we go around the courtroom, prove something, and then Van Zyck is just going to go, well, I don't care. Like, the last case was the same thing with we proving that the teacup wasn't poisoned, and then the next day, Van Zyck is like, well, we tested there was no poison, I don't care, it was poison. Like, fuck all. What they showed during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of a stage trickery. And then the stage trickery was set in motion. We also, you know, established that that actually happened. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. We proposed a method by proving that the method was used. But we have procrastinated long enough. I feel, witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, so Mr. Osmo introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would require a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? How the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash it headfirst in the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Are we going to at some point talk about the existence of a second cage, and then we are going to propose that the second cage is inside this hole, and then the prosecution is going to be like, well, we didn't actually examine it, so we can't know for sure. Body double. That goes without saying. The wax body was returned, so... Now, how would that work? Right now, I'm assuming that the second body, one was the true body and one was wax. The problem... They have established that after he fell here, no one aside from the police checked the body. So you have to assume that the body that fell is the true body. But this couldn't have been the wax body because we did see it move on the cutscene, getting on the cage itself. Is that some trickery here? He came down, was killed, and then somehow transported all the way here before the police. That's a big stretch. That goes without saying, surely. To give you the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. Did that... When would the swap happen? When the problem with... It's how fast, how close everything was on the timeline while also have... Like, he can easily have fallen here, but... The ship goes at some point. Well, would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Osmond has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that the witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such statements do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by our accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government-granted money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic, but crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found the Royal Society trophy for young talent in the science there. I mean, that could be a fake trophy. Yes, it's true, we spot ourselves. If a hypothetical is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. So I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wireless to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unforeseen accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. The kinesis machine. Okay, so as always, let's press everything. So, you were already acquainted with Mr. Osmond himself? Oh, really? By chance, I have seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I have no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as the people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So, why did Mr. Osmond approach you in particular then? Who can say? I can presume my name is associated with excellence in engineering, not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hainbrain certainly has a mind like no other. Why are some of his words highlighted in orange? Is it supposed to be some sort of pun or quirk of the character that works in Japanese? You provide me with the blueprints and I made the machine. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of the conjuring arts. However, the more knowledge you have, the better the equipment. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnish the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility we have to explore. Unfortunately though, the machine has been brought to Kingdom Come Deliverance. So there is nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that this machine was fitting with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there is nothing left of the device either. Not a single shred of evidence remains, I heard. He planted. But in any case, it's evidently clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, Mr. Osmond was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned phrase wasn't listening. Mr. Osmond has no twin siblings. Oh, I heard you before, but the thread of hope haven't quite left me yet. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. Dr. Sid absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It's beyond question the victim himself did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found in the scene attest to the fact. So it cannot have been orchestrated by using someone who looked identical. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. Someone who look at... Okay, game, you don't need to let it... It's so thick. Come on. Where is...
Objection!
No, I need the waxwork if itself. No, 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 no. No, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay, do I have to press it to get the waxwork statue as a clue in the courtroom records?
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say? According to you. Okay. So this was in the waxworks. So this is so we know that the wax statue is the one that clashed in here. So how did they got the body to swap it here before the police could examine it? According to many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not at the exhibition ground on the day? Sorry. Okay, so they saw the birdcage. Sorry. Unlikely, I rarely leave my workshop. Yet, another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I have labored over in many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? I would have come by that information. Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspaper, you know? According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he has been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believing it belonged to the defendant, and have a broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Not being condescending. Do we know which injuries were the fatal one? Sadly, no. It was a stab. Forensic science is not yet at the level where such a thing can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. But not that height, just the height from here to the ground. I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
Oh my god! So you understand the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I have said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing in law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Very good point. Stand for yourself, Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to providing a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. But if you're unable to establish that it was a piece of staged trickery rather than a genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harrybrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asma and his men in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and unbending belief in his works, and I won't let them get away with it. Seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zyx, what on earth must be he feeling towards Trebly? Okay, what are we supposed to present then? I think this is the correct one, and we presented the head. I mean, I don't think it's this, but let's try. Yeah. This is going to be the conversation about the waxwork, which is going to happen, but maybe it's later. Let me reread the proof I have. The Great Exhibition. Crossbow. Piece of string. Photograph of him. Autopsy report. The screwdriver that killed him. Balloon photo. The birdcage that fell from really high. A camera that doesn't really does anything. Piece of glass from the tower. The modifier has been blown open. And if I go to the hint, it has been completely destroyed. It's going to be impossible to argue the authenticity. Okay, I do think it's the body double one. The problem is none of the proofs I have indicate the thing I wanted to. Do I use the photo to say, hey, there is a hole, so swap could happen? No, that's dumb. It really is not the head. The game, okay. The two things that could be is the glass and the head, and none of them work. Which means we are not supposed to do this right now. We are supposed to talk about the waxwork later. We are supposed to attack the testimony something else. Crash head first. It crashed below. Really? That's where we are going to go with? Oh, because they saw it crash head first. Because that's the head. Because, okay, we are going to use this as an argument to argue that there is two different bird cages. I swear to God, if Van Zix have found the second bird cage and then he's just keeping it from us. Let me see, actually, the photo. We cannot see the head, the two tailwinds. We have examined the bird cage that crashed into the crystal towers ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell from 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. The level of damage is to be expected. I agree. The damage itself is The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. Change positions a little bit. All the breakage in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. Because that's the first cage that fell... Yeah, because that's the real cage. The cage with the real one. Okay, so it really was a swap. The cage with the real one fell here, hit it here. Then the fake mannequin cage hit it here. And before the police was able to get there, they were able to somehow transport this here and do a swap? How? Underground tunnel with a state-of-the-art elevator? Professor Layton, we actually built a second city under the city? That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower. Yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well... If we examine the facts, there is only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the bird cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of 60 feet above the ground line, which is approximately 18 meters, and then proceed to fall 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amidst such chaos are notorious and unreliable. He is completely correct. But the victim's neck was broken. Okay, Ryunosuke, you're really not winning this one. Like, come on. Like, Van Zix is completely correct.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Is there any other damage aside? Did he broke his neck? Because, okay, the one that fell, did he really broke his neck by falling here? A riveting scientific analysis of the event from the prosecution there. So, to be more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to see what motivating Lord Van Zix. The witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deceit, do it right. I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there is one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. It seems to me that cross-examination have better continue until we resolve this matter. Dr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly have him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there is nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen. Let me just...
Objection!
This is a diagram of the experimental stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the Crystal Tower. A fall of about 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Is one... Okay. I have asked this question to myself when we were playing the first game, and I do have to ask myself again. Is Van Zix just stupid? Because, like, when we were fighting... Okay, let's just talk about the first trilogy so we don't strain too much here. When we fought Godot, Godot was clearly hiding and manipulating what he said because he was trying to push us in a very specific direction. Von Karma knew things, but she consciously kept quiet about it because she wanted to win, and Miles did a similar thing. Van Zix, it doesn't feel like he knows the truth and he's just trying to hide it because fuck you. It generally feels like he just doesn't know. It generally feels like he's just dumb. The business defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Of course, the prosecutions didn't know everything, but they knew some stuff. And when you show stuff that show the truth, they would be the first to react. He was kind of the first to react here. But still, you indicate the place which you are referring on the same diagram. Also, it feels like every game makes the judge a little bit smarter. The OG judge was so fucking stupid, and I don't know, it was good for the comedy.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. That's where the bird cage will have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the bird cage was in the machine on the stage. But what I must consider is also the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built on a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Sorry. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At the moment, the floor of the stage gave away, and if we assume there is to be a void underneath, the birdcage could only be seen by the audience. This birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Okay, and how were they swapped before the police got there? Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one, but two bird cages. My little friend has no evidence that the stage have such a contrivance in its design. We literally have, my dudes. This is what I mean. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself. It's true. Like, make the judge ask the stupid questions and make him smart. However, the stage still sounds. And take a moment to look at the photograph print of the stage following yesterday's explosion. Lord, the metal cryo that formed the ground of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blow open by the force of the explosion, but destroy the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Did they not? We are literally... Okay. I said I was gonna be angry, so let me be angry now. We are literally talking about magic tricks. And the forensic team look at this and what? Well, there is nothing worth investigating below this. Holy shit, no wonder your president, prime minister doesn't want to establish the forensic. No wonder the Chief Lord Justice has to secretly kill people. You guys are really fucking bad at it. Why would we hire you? Is it Drabbler? It was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whenever Professor Heimbrann's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Osmond's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drabbler. I'm really enjoying his animations. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense argument slowly, but surely. Your argument fails to hold water, on two accounts. First, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff for the exhibition has attested to that. He doesn't need to. And I believe the members of Scotland Yard has also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, they never have no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. I really don't know how the switch was done. I have already explained why he wouldn't have need to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The men who disappear from the stage and the men who crash into the tower are one and the same. The forensic team report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion, the distinct lack of motive. Why would these men have wanted to take the victim's life? They have no reason to do so. A motive. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zix? The contract in which Mr. Draber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Draber is to receive 30% of our remuneration from the government grant or other income. 30% certainly very favorable contraction conditions. There was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. The Draber may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract will become null and void. So you see, I have nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. In the same war, the witness have neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crimes. In short, the possibility of Mr. Draber having done as you suggest is new. It seems the defense assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zix, you submit the contract as evidence, please. Okay, where is the plot hole? Materials for the construction of the machine. Those who receive 30% of remuneration is there, but only about this right on the both parties are alive. The Asman and Draber. Okay, sure. If Draber have no opportunity to switch the bird cage under the stage, if Draber have no opportunity to switch the bird cage, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were two bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. I'm sure you're on the right line, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable true. Well, it seems the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Good. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I am the culprit. At the beginning of the trial, we believed there was only one bird cage, yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. Stage demonstration was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Draber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you have no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean that it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Manos, are you suggesting? Yes, Mr. Draber have an accomplice.
Objection!
Do we even have space for new character? Don't think so. You're prepared for what's to come? Now they are accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. These accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. My dude! He's a defense lawyer. He has to create bullshit. Especially in this world. The same way that you are constantly doing accusations and then we constantly proving them to be false. Are you ever going to held responsible for this slander you have done? I'm gonna talk about the racism again, but I guess it's not considered slander at this time. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue the court, formally accuse another party? The judge is just watching and enjoying. At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if I have accomplished or if he really is the culprit. One way or another, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. What's my stance going to be? Oh. I don't feel it. I don't know how. I have to back down. I have no idea who this accomplice might actually have been, which isn't a strong position to be in. Mr. Naruto, think of the sword Karuma is crying. Sorry, crying for you to show the strength of your conviction. You're right, the sword that I inherit, which embodies the will of my best friend, is my accomplice. I'm not sure that's quite the right word, but that's the spirit. The defense is ready to name Mr. Dabbler accomplice. Somehow the two birch grades must have been switched. Everything points to that. According to the coroner report, that's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself is a clue. Also, you have received a stark warning already. If you are to nevertheless determine, then I must now ask you to identify the allegedly accomplice. Honestly, my first thought, because I don't know someone else, would be the coroner.
Take that!
The name of the person is... What's wrong, Mr. Nipponis? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Sure, you'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Zato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright, here goes. You kept us waiting for long. Your answer, counsel. The person who colluded with Mr. Dabbler in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard Coroner Dr. Courtney Sit. What a place are you talking about? Dr. Sit, the head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were two bird cages, but who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police force officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have happened in that team's presence. Okay, but there is a difference between the leader and the entire group. If the entire... We are not accusing a woman, we are accusing the entire forensic team, because the entire forensic team would have seen the switch happen in front of them. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sit be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There is no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? Mother and friend imagination appears to be wider than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusations aside, but the recklessness of your recklessness of her accusation aside, there is another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A problem. Oh my. Who do you claim acted as the witness doppelganger? Doppelganger. Ah. Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged with another, that cage must also contain a body. Yet, no missing persons or accidental death of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double. My argument is that there were two bird cases, that there must have been one person inside each. I don't know if I got an answer of this yet. What can I do to reveal how this body stone was achieved? Very well. With gracious evidence, I do hope this is a file-bustering counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it. Ah! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the Kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he could not have been inside the second birdcage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, they contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events, that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo, you're ready for this. Steal yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Zato, I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why is that there?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into my my Nipponese friend. Tell me, what are you playing at? Confirm, Ryunosuke, this is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork motto. The spirit is fading. A motto, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in his crime. Now, you move out to indicating waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. Why? Why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Heimbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel. Did you say abducted? 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum without cleaning it. And the timing... Is this true, Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then give it back. Now, the reason is clear. He took so he could put inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmund.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembled the victim. Are we really to believe this far? Sorry, are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait, yes, if you put it like that, of course, it sounds implausible. I need to speak, if you please, my lord. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Sorry. Me. Ooh, pay attention. Game. Myself and my uncle. Like, if I have streamed yesterday, it would be like just me falling asleep for 30 minutes. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will start the summation examination.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Did he say kill me? He did not say guilty, he said kill me. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew this was gonna happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. Gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can pursue them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Okay. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for our presence to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of a crime. I have known that woman for years. She would never be accomplished to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with each other. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner. I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I have seen the rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence, not a proper job. I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized the opinion. Given it that its face is obscure and it's sorry. Given that its face is obscure and its building in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yeah, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Naruto? I cannot explain the moment, but I feel as though there is a specific reason why it was used. Why it has to be this model? Really? A reason why nothing else would have, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whenever another model looks like the victim. In that case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, I agree. I have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, counsel, you may proceed with your summation examination. I'm gonna take a 2-minute breaks here. Half of it to help me wake up, and because today's gonna be a long stream, so we are gonna have a few extra breaks. Probably like every hour or every 2 hours today, just to stretch and go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. I don't know why. The moment I get up, I feel much more woken. Has my body somehow, what's the word? Associated streaming with sleep? I do stream late before going to bed, but that would be a horrible thing for your body to associate. I also bought. Sorry if you hear noise. I brought a little bit of finger food today, but I will try to mute every time I eat. We'll see. Yes, my lord? Okay, as long as I am only eating a little bit, I don't think I'll be asking catch it. So it should be fine. Okay. I have known a woman for years. She never been accomplished to anything. It's utter nonsense. Okay, let me just start pressing. Can I? Which one? Can I? No, I cannot present. Okay. I was gonna present the glass.
Hold it!
The other thing seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when need must. What's wrong with that? Where do I begin? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We only have a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public doesn't trust coppers back. When it started, it was rough. We have to fight crime, and we have to fight to win the public trust as well. And we did win. Forensic science was at its infancy too. Even more than it's now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Sid, you mean? That's right, about 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish body on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, she's the head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complaining, that's what we all dreamed back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full victim we were, full of in. That is coming across loud and clear. I don't know how I can put him against anyone. Okay, let's go for the next one. We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught 2 days ago flat. That's real policy for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sid in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that was she somehow involved in this murky business is a lot of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Sorry. Why would you assume that? Oh, I just realized I never picked up my controller. Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relation with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh. It really would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in Wexford. Romantic. A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationship, you see. Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't have to. One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I have been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sit would be enough. I agree. As soon as we have a info of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Is there a connection?
Hold it!
Sorry, let me just recap. I have my own problems with the police. I do not trust them much. What sort of problems? Let's just say... sorry. Let's just say when we run into each other on numerous occasions while I have been performing on the street. Right, let's see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage, as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our greatest magic in parks, on street corners and the like. The police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Yeah, I was thinking
Excuse me.
you two would be together. You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Honor Mole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You wanna be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Shums. Perhaps you could move on? I was really wondering if you have something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly, you do. Back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We work our fingers to the bone toward the public trust we did, and by job we will earn it. People respect us back then. Respected you, huh? No one would have called a coroner into questioning these days. Sorry. In them days, a coroner report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Connie Stevens put her name on it. She was the best of the best. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about, Courtney Stevens, which is, as we know, the coroner behind Draper? No, sorry, that's this. Courtney Stevens. What are you talking about? Who is Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry, got a bit carried away there. Steve, a Dr. Sit maiden name. Oh! So she's also here, so there is a connection. Nice. Stevens is Dr. Sit maiden name. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married. Of course, silly me, it's Sit now. Stevens, I'm sure I have seen that name somewhere recently. The point is, those were great days of policing, now not like this. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. It was Courtney Stevens back when I heard of her, a legendary coroner even then. I just wanna finish off. I see, I was cannot proceed. An excuse make our lives difficult, sometimes even cooking stuff to earn money for the poor. That's not right. Yes, and that's why I say I don't trust the police. Here you are claiming waxwork model was stolen to star in an inspector. The idea is wild. I think I will take my chances and believe the authority on this occasion. Is it how the public at large views Scotland Yard? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old. Perhaps we should view what's happening here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard thing. I wonder how a policewoman would feel listening to the way they speak about the force. I'm sure he will have a word or two to say in response. Is that to indicate that you should do the pursuit, I guess? I have seen no rigorous police work was ever inside the breach.
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there is more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry. I grant you, given that this cage appeared from a mist explosion, there have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork have been used, the culprit would at least have the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're gonna make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. Suppose we could expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could have been changed if he managed to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. I have evidence. Actually, I have something I would like you to see. I'm sorry. I was gonna short to I only trust white, but I don't want to say that. I must warn you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting into a sense of trepidation here. You don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. That's how we are supposed to use the glass. What is that? Piece of glass, though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it is no ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Oh, holy smokes! Exactly the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very instant we are talking took place. On the day in question, the bird cage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated, is that it? Precisely so. What do you say? Now the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you have shown me, yes, I feel much obliged to change my position on racism. In that case, juror number 4, you amend your statement now. The presence of the piece of glass leaves me in little doubt the waxwork was indeed inside the cage, the bird cage. Do I pity you now? Or do I have to wait a little bit more? Okay, no. He needs the relationship. Accuse someone without right evidence, it's not proper job.
Hold it!
I gotta ask, why have you brought up that corn into court with you? I'm eating whole cereal right now. If not, so... Colonel Cobb, he's been growing back on the farm, picked right on the way into the town. He's a proper nibbler, is it? Yeah, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at a time like this. Sorry. Whenever I'm somewhat big to the side, the colonels always point me in the right direction. You're talking about your cob of corn. Nibble, 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 guilty. Nibble, 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 not guilty. Nibble, nibble, guilty. Nibble, 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 not guilty. Nibble, nibble, guilty. Nibble, not guilty. Nibble, nibble, guilty. Nibble, 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 not guilty. Is she not going to... Oh no. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with floral petals like people do back home? So Professor Heimberg fates decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we have more time to find the truth? Before deciding on the defendant's guilty? Oh, I don't know. My thumb is already full. Amazing. Amazing. I know it seems far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. On the other hand, it explains a lot. Is there really a reason why a particular waxwork have to be used? We must do everything to make the jurors understand. The truth is, I'm sure there's a key to this, but it's most puzzling part. In that case, you should see what additional information you can gently research trying to change the juror's mind. If you can read the book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do it. Right. Not sure what that is, but okay. Okay, so we have a name. Do I pit this with her?
Objection!
Because now we have the name, so we have the connection. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, Consul? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me, what can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. Eating non-stop while reading non-stop is not good for the throat. Sorry. Okay. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sit, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh jolly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Sif's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence! How utterly enthralling! Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, I will ask the court to look at this. This one.
Take that!
So she also falsified the professor's death. I have a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have? It is, of course, the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the professor. The professor, but the man was a capital offender, so... That's right, this is the certification of death. It was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. Okay. It appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sit 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Dr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel. However, a waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmon, at all. You suppose there is some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There is no doubt in my mind the professor case is at the heart of a link we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Stitt and Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationship. This is almost extraordinary. We are surely obliged now to explore this further. Okay, we got one. Quite right. We cannot let this trial to win now. Not while there is a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. He wasn't like that. He wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. I guess you wanna continue just to clear her name. I thought it was gonna be just a one swap. Okay, I don't think that she would ever be conniving with one another. I don't trust the police. The presence of the glass in the birdcage was indeed. Do I have to do you with the little girl?
Objection!
Because she wants proof and your is proof? To whose statements do you refer, Counsel? If you could put down your corner for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You have pointed out it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject, please do. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Okay, so that's why you didn't change when I give you the evidence, just so we could justify giving it to a second person. Okay. If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be right. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who got stuff in between the ears. Success! If you can call it that. We have established that the waxwork was used and it wasn't a crystal tower. We have established that the coroner made a name and her connection to the waxwork. And that's about it. As a result of the submission examination, the jury overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors called not guilty against 4 not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! We saved the day! Those X want to punch me in the face. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. I do wonder why. Why the, like, okay, you could think that there is maybe something that they, the fact that it's a waxwork kind of breaks all basic ideas I could have. Because like anything like, oh, maybe there's a message, maybe they hide in the face, maybe there is something, but none of that matters because it's not the original body, it's a waxwork. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it at the least warrants further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that leaks Mr. Trebler and Dr. Sick. And I'm convinced there is a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. The court's to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, and the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspel, makes sense. I really thought that Lord Ranzik would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make the arrangements for Madame Tuspel to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? you should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. So how much do you actually secretly know what and you are trying to hide? The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. We'll have lunch while waiting. Okay. No, I wanted to click history, but okay. To be continued. So first stage of the trial done. Now would have been a good place for a break, but it helped me, so sorry about that. I'm probably going to not have another break until the end of the case. Or at least this day of trial. This day of trial has to be the end. Also, sorry if the noise of me eating is horrible. I personally hate hearing streamer eat, but I'm trying my best to eat quietly so you guys don't hear it. But it is not like I'm not a miracle worker. But the eating is helping me stay up. Why am I having problems staying up at 4 p.m? The Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are a fascinating affair, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you'll be enjoying yourself. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? What the fuck are you doing with my case? What the fuck is the professor? What the fuck are you talking about wax work? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met. Who even is he? Oh, you were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he would have been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred with me. When I saw that... Oh, you're talking about the waxwork, okay. But who knew that monster would come knocking at your door, the heartfelt sympathies? As it turned out, Lord Van Zix is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life make an appearance. I imagine even the shredded Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. It was. It was just to fuck with him. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Yeah, in what particular manner? Well, there is Mr. Drebber, Dr. Seat, and Lord Van Zip. It seems that everyone in the trial has a link to that case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the sect. So that leaves me as an empty shell, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Yes, killer? Oh, Dr. Sif. Dr. Courtney Sif, nee Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shred of you. What in particular, Ray? You requested the 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Like, again, how much the Sholm knows and he's just not telling us? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpse and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury has a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sid. And I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. I hope that you take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zix won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart, the Pandora box you were warned about is the Professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you got any information about it out of me. Attempting to hide the truth, that's coward, and pretty much illegal, probably. I have always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. Okay, so you're pretty much saying, yes, I do crimes, but for a good reason, which I guess it is the overall theme of this game. That's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it mean? There is no cause for concerns. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whenever you like it or not. Now, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Like a hound. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bottle of caramel earlier, so I shall be gaining on that as I gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Showman really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit around whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. If I have to kill a person, I will kill a person. In front of the judge. Ah, it's still here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the Defense and Prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under scrutiny begins with a damage incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet, we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convict fellow who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectations. I agree! It seems to be the fate of all trials in which the Nipponese is involved, my lord. So, let us begin our exploration of the defense assertions that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Von Zix? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspel? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Sorry. I'm pretty much just doing the Von Zix animation of refilling my cup. Very well. Witness, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, bring in the witness. Things are about to be a lot more intense. Driver is responsible, I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Seed. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork, the model of the professor. That is the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present is all we have to go on. Okay. Lord Von Zix knows that he's not to call Dr. Seed. Orders from the final boss. Is the judge aware of it? State your name of an occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspel. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietors of the Madame Tuspel Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for working as a testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. So he's finally getting a statue, does he? Now there are two of them. Oh ma! What expression is she carving onto that face? Thanks, Kazuma. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Ui, that is true. Oh my god, where did that come from? At first, we believe we have been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have been told outside of the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murdered victim. At present, there is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Ori Asman. Of course I know him well, he is a part of my Odious Personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident. but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. But perhaps their faces are very similar. Okay. Was the intention not to kill Asman, but the person who is secretly the professor? Are you secretly the professor? And then... maybe, actually. Because none of the other characters could have been, at least not here. And then the intention was to do that. But Asman... no. No, that's no, that's not... that's dumb. Why use a waxwork? If there is a waxwork of Asman... Sorry, his name is Asman, right? I'm really bad with name. Asman, yeah. Are you suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. That is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you have carved onto your fancy figure beneath the mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of Tawdry exhibits could get its hand on that information. Do we have any other reason... Sorry, do we have any reason why we're keeping so much of a secret of the identity of the killer? He killed 5 nobles, so if normally they would make a public execution of him just to say don't touch the nobles, if they don't, it's because he is probably royalty or nobility. I said that before. But aside from that, he could be Lord Chief Justice. And then he killed the 5 because the 5 were corrupted or evil in some way. And we are following the theme of the game of killing for good reasons. Maybe. Quando Mage. It would seem you're unaware of Mr. Tunspell's principles. What principles? The family Tunspell have always prided itself on sculpting its model a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with completely fidelity. And voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tunspell waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tunspell is said to have made the waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine side. You are correct, the model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tunspell will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear, I am somewhat disturbed. A somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain true lifelike representation of the subject. and it has been my family's secret for generations. Okay, so is the representation on the museum him digging the... what's the word? Digging the body out of the cemetery so you guys could see the face? You mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of question. The professor spreads terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would benefit to hear your formal testimony on this matter. No, it would benefit to open the fucking cage and show the face. If the prosecution is so adamantly clear, adamantly confident that she couldn't have possibly got the face, then let's fucking bet on it. You explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Because, like, what's the point of this cross-examination? Like, it doesn't need to be a cross-examination. We don't disagree with her, and she seems to be very open to giving us information. The special exhibit in the House of Horror is based on the rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance to Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of a grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time at that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. I love you, girl. Gravedigger! The man sanctioned this. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? You truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I'm aware of at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussauds will not be a Tussauds if we do not insist on absolutely fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibition at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Ooh, more clues. Okay, so we can really see Drabler here. Duh, Osman, what the fuck are your signatures doing here? Bombula rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. I wanna read this, but I'm not gonna waste my time. Mad Ship, the Great Stink. Was the ball mask to blame for the Great Blaze? Krakatoa eruption. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Okay, let me spend some minutes there. Newspaper article, detail, the eyewitness, professor, blah blah. Okay. No exam. Osman. Oh, now we can. The magnificent glass kinda helps. Oh, it says here, the university student who experimented this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drabler, this disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorm. I kinda wanna read the rest now. Grave, the young witness, raising shook next second. A gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The young, who released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. And you can see the camera here. Okay. Lot of things on that newspaper. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. This is why I have reproduced the scene as careful as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days ago. And it's a waxwork from that exhibition that was stolen some days ago, before the incident of the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you see here. Sorry. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. There's been some reason which wasn't. I'll find the reason, I'll get to the bottom of what really happened, and prove Dr. Sid and Drubber were on this crime together. Okay. Okay, let's just press everything in case it gives us new sentences or clues. The rumor would be... let me just... based upon the rumor, the shock society. A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Ah, right, I know just what you're talking about. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, the story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling from inside him. He is the fucking grave digger, okay. But an instant later, he heard a ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Okay, so she's just telling what we read on the newspaper. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran away for his life. Was this a fake corpse? The professor was secretly brought home because he was too important to be accused. So they brought a fake person and then buried the fake person, but the fake person was actually alive, and then he got up, and then the government shot him from behind to eliminate him, and they orchestrated this whole thing for some reason. No, that is some insane rich. No. Let's just assume the whole story bogus and it was just him digging for her. Okay. The corpses climbed out of his own grave. And then someone shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows. The Lord Strongheart was there that day. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why in every newspaper across the capital... That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the content of that article was reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see the people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Okay, some casual racism there. Can you be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. I mean... In other games I would agree with you, but on Ace Attorney, yeah. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Longgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I mean, the man that was hanged was dead. We don't know that the man that was hanged was the professor. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Ah, he fucking knows! He fucking knows that it's all bullshit! Okay, we cannot press this again because this was so long. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the spell family principle.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Come, sir. No. A museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such a popularity in London. The fucking Queen. Oh, I'm sorry. I refer to the start of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspel. The Great Keeper.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal. It would seem the proprietor of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. I have nothing to do with money. The man is part of London criminal history. That is why I have to scope him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspel Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind the mask is the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. I will your entire museum if you don't tread very careful, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? I am enjoying her so much more than I was before. She was just a nice lady, but now she's fun. So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of the face from the corpse? Oui, exactamente. Can we see it? I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time and then...
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be. I have some difficulties in capturing the subject form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I have some trouble with the chin. Dare I ask? The men have been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequentially, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh, that is a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone. Weren't you with the gravekeeper? The grave digger, sorry? Maybe he's not assistant. However, that night I was alone and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take an impression of the visage of a cadaver, which you do... I always wait until 3 hours after death. Okay, how many times have you done this to the point where you have a time frame? Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? Because of rigor mortis. A rigor mortis. It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recent deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begins to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was educational, if slightly scary. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about the information the court just heard from Madame. It is significant because we know the time of death. Midnight. So, yeah. The information about rigor mortis just said, shared with us. Would you mind including your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant. Of course, I don't mind at all. Can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Okay. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Binsu. No fucking clue how to say that. Let's present time of death.
Objection!
Madam Tuspel, I have here an autopsy report that was filled 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe, because our testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Hui, are you gonna explain yourself, Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspel was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis have not yet set in. Am I corrected so far, madam? You are, yes. So he's dying in the middle of the night from a shot. From a gunshot from behind. But wouldn't she notice a bullet wound? As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sid's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging, confirmed at midnight, June 17. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were scoping his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistake when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there is only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Order. Counsel, this is beyond fully. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sid, but you also implicate members of the staff at the Barclay prison where the execution took place. Extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's lips jaw. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sid, the professor, and one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting that happened that night. Council presented the evidence.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at the local cemetery. Sorry, executed. What did they say? You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assuming dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mazui, I have no idea how to say that. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago, there would surely be no hope of finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know the witness well. What? Are you suggesting you have identified the person in question? Do you know who claimed to have seen the utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. You substantiate your claims now. Who is the alleged... Oh, we have to? Really?
Take that!
The man in question is Enoch Drebler. Drebber, the previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerged from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10 years younger Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order. Surely not, Council. Drebber was there, in Longgate Cemetery. The fucking news! It was published in every fucking newspaper! In the entire city! His name is fucking there, my dude! How do you not fucking know? Also, fucking Asmon is also here. You can see the paper. It's in your inventory. What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam, to your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from our museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. But that would mean... Madame Tuspel? Would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. We're from long ago in the past. What? Oh my good gracious. Explain yourself, tell us everything. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. Okay. Okay. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper, which is the one we are using. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You are saying that his full name was only published in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experimented this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Did Strongheart saw this paper and then before it started circulating, it started to do like a countrywide censorship, but a few were able to go through the gaps on the net. A disciple of science on the University of London and a resident of its student dorm. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. The discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors. And I misclicked there, sorry. Whenever it was true or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to scope a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it's been my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. With the birdcage having in fact contained not the body of Mr. Osman, but the same waxwork, the coroner for Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sid would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Sid put her name into a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. There is no actual connection between the two. He used that because that would serve as a message for the coroner to falsify because of a threat. That is a lot of trust that Mr. Drebber have on her. There is a lot there. There is a lot of, I knew you were going to come here, and I knew you were going to be the one investigating the scene, and I knew you would look at the corpse of the professor, and I knew you would know it was the professor, so I knew you would know that I'm the one who did this, so I knew you would know to falsify the testimony so I would keep quiet and protect your job. And I knew everything before anything began. Fucking Eisen. I orchestrated the whole thing. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sid to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecution officer, Dr. Sid is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not correct? She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zix won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. But no, okay, we don't need to the flashback. Something happened on that night of that killer execution 10 years ago, and I'm sure, surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zix, unless he already knows. The prosecution called for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zix, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice Officer.
Objection!
The assigned prosecution has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sid both take the stand together. Order, order, order. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sid of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty orders. Alright, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sid. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh, immediately, no? To be continued, huh? But I could use a 5-minute break to stretch myself, so I will do that. Honestly, I said I was going to do after the case was over, but this is still going. This is long, much longer than I thought it would be. So, we'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, so feel free to stretch legs, take bathroom breaks, etc, etc. Okay. And we are back. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sid. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zix. You have completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecution officer. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If there is even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter who it concerns or the grounds, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. I mean, says the man who constantly tried to stop me, and then is proven wrong because, okay, you have proof, I don't give a fuck, let's stop this trial. You do not, don't say that shit, my dude. Dr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sid, as the investigating coroner, you are the first one on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborate with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where is our evidence? At present we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you a privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sid. A secret so profound it would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Dr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Longate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually. Surely he's not gonna claim that's what he saw, especially after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at that time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. In a court of law too. Hello. Very well, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I will tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Okay, so how... Were you not actual... Did you not make a deal? It was really... No, you did make a deal. It wasn't just assumption. There was a deal involved. Yes, of course, as you wish. It cannot be I knew. It has to have, like, some sort of, like, not written, but some sort of talking code. There has to be, okay. The reason I was in Longgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes. The illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then, I gave up all my dreams of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. So you do have some hate in you. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now. Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying the article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Okay, so how are we going to get this? From the camera? This is such a nice portrait of you. I guess the camera is going to be... There is nothing here, right? No. Can I not open this shit? This lock doesn't look strong. Don't do it. I never actually examined the face now that I'm thinking. Okay. It's not worth the price it was printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly. Sorry? If the details of the article aren't true, it nullifies our argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sid would have been working together. So, he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Longgate Cemetery is the rear end of Barclay Prison. So among the students at the university, they have a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing? Yes, exhumating fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particular unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposes. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yeah, well, I think I suffer retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I have to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify the unambiguously, I might add. And you hate Asmund because of that. Because he is the one who made the fucking article. And you try to kill him with the entire thing because of revenge for what he have done to you with this fucking article. Okay, we have motivation now. See, out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time went on, I bitterly regretted what I have done. Claiming to have something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, comes for the defense. You may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Does the newspaper... Okay, the newspaper shows the name on the image, But it doesn't show here who wrote the article. And the signature is more than enough. In the cemetery, 10 years earlier. Okay, let's start pressing everything as always to see if there's going to be something new. London was first. By moonlight, you mean grave robbing. Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern, spade. Who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital. In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. So obviously you can't openly express an interest in obtaining So obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students have no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So, we made a surreptitious arrangement with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the portents of science, you see? That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you're caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We need funds for the research. Professor Heimbrand said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you have reviewed this aberrant behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was there at the long gate, that's the reason. I never expected to end the day I never expected to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper were based upon the strange happenings at Longgate's cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself. So, you went to the papers instead. I started big with London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, it was reporters from the gossipy rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like a plague throughout the capital, as gossipy hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretative ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned the condemned name was the infamous professor. Because a reporter told me so. I have no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snap around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well... Thinking back, I realized it was a mistake. What are you talking about? I think I can explain already, didn't I? Longate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, where it was renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard that night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead come back into life. But you said you actually saw it. I say what I have seen in my mind's eye. After all, the resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really see the professor? If we have anything, I know. I need to present against that irritable backtracking. Okay. So... evidence.
Objection!
Not here. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who copied a model from the wax.
Hold it!
The young woman being Madame Tuspel, of course. Precisely. I must say I did not expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I wait by the name published in the article, and commença I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I have to sell, I concluded. Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? The photo, the camera. Did you? I can't say I remember. How was it, madam? His camera. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You take a camera with you to what end? To record the details of the body I disinterred. But I have no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. See, I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. So this camera is the fucking actual correct camera. And that means it has blood on it. And then dark stains are visible on the blows. I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel way. It would seem that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to the Lowgate Cemetery on that night in question. Interesting. I give my names? Okay.
Objection!
Not yet. Okay, let's keep going.
Hold it!
This article, you mean publishing a Daily Circus? Yes, someone informed me the Dean that it was my name that appeared in that article. I carelessly let slip that night after night. I carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a modest student, you might say. The university reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I have no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade? You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptions to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Highbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What is Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune? Or perhaps because his circumstances have changed. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sid past that she would desperately want to hide. Of course, if Drebber and Doc are working together, then Drebber were to betray her, there will be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. There only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see. Okay. The only thing we have camera is a good one. Yeah, it has to be here, right? I now have evidence. Can I present it now on press? Because he was asking me to present evidence. No. Has someone encountered the professor? You have anything? Sorry. The point is that I was moment and no, maybe? No. I don't think so. For the fruit of discovery. I find it really difficult to think it would be the newspaper, but let's try it.
Objection.
Okay, it's the newspaper. Okay, I don't... Hey, we have a newspaper saying you saw the dead body. Do you have something to say about it? Well, let me give my statement. I said that the newspaper is wrong, and I did not see the body. Okay, I will contradict you by pointing to the newspaper again. Okay. Okay, sorry, Mr. Darrow, I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night. Okay, so yeah, we are not really showing critical evidence. We are just... Okay, let's go back to the discussion. We have been at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. Figure emerging from the tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided that... Sorry. It was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. He wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prisoner's wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, as you have just heard, a lowly student at the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned mask. How do we know? Okay. We didn't know what they just said about the mask. We know the mask is based around the wax, which is based around what he said, so... What exactly... How exactly was the player supposed to reach the conclusion that he wasn't supposed to know about the metal mask? Does the mask said something here? There's definitely we could remove the mask. No. Did I skip something where they said the mask was... The iron mask was a government secret? Someone caught a rumor about there were a mask wasn't to be removed. Did we see this sentence be said before and I just blanked out? A lone student wouldn't know about the mask. So unless you actually see the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. This is a gigantic stretch. But it's a stretch based around the fact that we haven't seen that sentence before. If we haven't, I just didn't process it, then it's my fault. Bye, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And I have already been at pains to point out I was utterly petrified. Which is why I have in my head that I have seen such a blood-curdling sign. But afterwards, I came to my senses and I realized I have been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're still mistaken of that story, witness, amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, I'm only happy to oblige. Of course, I'm not gonna condemn. If he condemns the point, he dies. Are you forgetting that the punishment for the crime we are accusing him is execution? But in fact, Whittle was a fellow grave robber at the work. I'm sorry.
Hold it!
Fellow grave robber, what are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole, it dug my heart and nearly stopped it. So that's the terrifying sigh I actually saw it, you see? You claim it was just another student on equally illustrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during these occasions. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? There is more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume the Saxon discovered the miscreant at work and then fired upon one of them. If a great digger has shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Well, yeah. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madam Tuspel, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Ah, ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Mr. Drebber could claim this now? If you don't mind me saying, madam, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. There is no way to speak to a lady. We only speak like that to Japanese. Please, Madam Tuspel, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at this time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. He heard a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you are very explicit about the details, about the mask the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered all over you when he was shot. Enough, shut up, woman, you are making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber? Yes? You refute the account just given by Madam Tuspel. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really... Control yourselves, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusation in my courtroom. Ah! Right. Under the circumstances, I say it's best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this. Very well. Present. Camera.
Objection!
Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleagues and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the laser extends forward on the end of some balloons. Like this.
Hold it!
What is that? Just on the bellows? It looks like a dark red thing. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here. On the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It appears to be a splatter of blood. Nothing that could have been confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sid? It would be significant to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whenever or not it's blood... Sorry. To test whenever or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There is simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Because if he says he saw the professor, it creates the entire fucking link and we send him to the gallows, my dude. You fucking know that. Well, not for his own gain, it seems. For whose could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shooting somebody. Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Council, who is it? And then we go for strong card. Oh, sorry, too early. That's for 2 cases from now. This game has 5 cases, right? It's probably 5 cases. They are always 5 cases.
Take that!
Obvious answer is Dr. Sid. Dr. Sid. Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was in fact not killed. Imagine if that comes to life. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. Okay, most hated in the country is a strong word. He is the most hated between rich people because he killed rich people. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. If it was the professor, that would certainly be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
That is beyond a joke. Do I need to point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What else justice would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Objection!
Once a man sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Council, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sid would consent to any demands made of her by someone who would threaten to expose the secret. And even if that meant being accomplice in a crime. Okay, but what blackmail does he even have? Oh, I'm gonna tell everyone that you faking he was alive. He did! He already did! Like, he has zero material on her. You mean? I mean, Dr. Sid wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber, wicked scheme. He was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. He switched the dead body of Mr. Osmond with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Okay, 2 questions. First, he really doesn't have anything on her. He really doesn't. Like, holy shit, he really doesn't. Second, why use the Professor waxwork for all of this? if you assume that they have made a deal beforehand, she would know what the deal was, and they could have used any other wax. I guess they couldn't have used the wax work from Asmon himself, because then it would be too obvious, because Asmon's wax work would be stolen. So this is to create a curveball, but a curveball that also is poetic connected because he can't let go. Lord Nazix, pray forgive my freshly filed Hallows Chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londres would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard covered up, a conspiracy at the highest level. Let me ask you one thing. What is that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Not my job to find out. Well, I have no idea. I have a little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? You realize just what dangerous endeavors it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activities? Is Tatamoni to declare war on the entire British police force and judiciary? Why would he give a fuck about that, when what he is doing would already lead to death penalty? What is that saying? The Chinese one, where every criminal, every crime would lead to hanging. So we made a petty crime, so we were gonna get hanging, so fuck it, let's start a revolution, because fuck it, we are gonna die anyway. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose... Oh, you're talking about the motivation of... I was thinking you were talking, like, why would he do such a dangerous thing? Okay. Yeah, because we haven't established the motivation. He wants to kill Asmon. I'm going on the assumption he wants to kill Asmon. Why would he include her on the plan to kill Asmon? You are going with, why would he want to kill Asmon? Why would he do this whole thing? Okay. So now we're gonna talk motivation. Okay. A man who have already invested money in a venture and would be instructed in future profits too. Yes, I have no reason to kill Mr. Asmon. Are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep though, I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant that he have no guarantee to receive in the first place. If their research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmon's life would have made no sense. Which means his motive wasn't money. He was just trying to kill Asmon. Come on! Your time is up, my learned friend. I say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you expect this engineer... How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outstanding conjecture without proof. So, present your evidence. Alright? Who exactly was Mr. Asmon to the robber? There is a connection. Did he set 2 pieces of evidence? No. Present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Okay. We go with article. It's the newspaper's article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That Rival should never have written typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Asmund dead. What other evidence? Council, you present your supplementary evidence. I think that's the first time I can think of where we have to present two together. On the other hand, it's kind of weak. We only need to present this just to show the...
Take that!
In this contract, my lord, Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. They prove that I have no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There is something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And that common link shows clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Adi Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Okay.
Take that!
Very close to the middle of the screen. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about the ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look close at the contract which was signed between the two witnesses and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom. Sorry? Let me see. Oh, good lord, yes, they are identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Adi Asmund.
Objection!
Explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Well, if you think back, you will remember that Mr. Drebber talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Okay, we don't need the flashback, it happened like 10 minutes ago. He hates the man who destroyed his life. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dream of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you have to give up your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Asmund. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true, I have to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway, we all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and painted by some wretched or other after all. Good gracious, making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few genius would ever hope to achieve. Personally, I was one of those geniuses, so it was hardly arranged. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, you genuinely believe that? Of course. Who's better to know whenever or not I possess a talent for science than me? Sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you say I'm a good guy? So, sorry, I'm a good scientist. I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it.
Take that!
You remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that the Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? Didn't Van Zix was the one who introduced the, like... Okay, we have in the court records because we found it on his house, but he did introduce the trophy earlier today, didn't he? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything, you have no future, your talent would go to waste. As a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you have no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally he's going to fold. Ooh, who is going to stop us? Strongheart? No, her? Okay, her. There was no voice, so I wasn't sure. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. I'm off it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. The one that was published on every newspaper in the country, yes. It was a very, very strong blackmail material he had on you. There was nothing you could do. If he had said it a second time, the entire country would believe. Nothing you could have done. No. Good lord. Dr. Sit, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the bird cage, my heart nearly stopped beating. The memory from a decade ago that I have done my best to bury deep inside. I knew the corpse would fall there. I knew the non-policeman would have reached in before her. I knew no one would have even seen the corpse on the body. I knew the police would create a barrier around and not let a single person get near until the forensic would come. And I knew she would come alone and she would be the one to investigate everything and no one else would be there to see. And I knew she was also having the capability to bring a corpse with her and swap on the fucking fly. I knew none of the policemen would do anything if she left the corpse there, then went away, grabbed the real one, brought it there, and then swap. And it's all working according to the Keikaku. Oh, this is so fucking stupid. Okay. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I have the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sit, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. And that's all he needed to do. All the instructions were there in the note, every detail was meticulously written out. I have no choice but to do what he said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was no other choice. It have to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. This is dumb. I like the case, but this is dumb. This is such a fucking dumb thing to have at the end. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborating a murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So, Mr. Draber, what do you say? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely goes without saying. You admit your part. I admit nothing at all. He doesn't have to. What? Again. Naruhodo, you're sending the man to the gallows. Have you forgot that the Kinesis machine was ripped by shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there is really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No. That's why we have a jury system, because the jury can say he's guilty without proof. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Dix, yes? I hope you accept my apologies. What happened next is in your hand, of course. I have heard more than enough for now. I hereby present my final finding of this court. This trial is not the proper forum to which pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Draber. The defendant is Professor Albert Highbrain. Very true, he slipped in my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? No, he's someone he met at university more than 10 years ago. Calm down, Naruhodo. As the court has heard, Dr. Sid has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, it is conclusive to this court the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You have proven Professor Highbrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the abjuration. Okay. Lord Van Dix is absolutely killing both of them before anything can happen. They are both dead men. Without further ado, Baylor, bring out the fireworks. Unless the prosecution or defense have another matter to discuss. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sid suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like I said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pursuing for now? Let's keep fucking going! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. How long is this trial? We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to abdicate in favor of your client? We have the fireworks ready. The bailiff has already lighted up. What are you playing now, my Nipponese friend? How would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The whole truth, and a way to bring it all out in the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight, One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of a sign. Pursue like a dog with a bone. Oh my god, sorry. The bitter end. Do not falter whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew everything that was going to happen. He knew the entire case. He knew about the blood in the camera. He knew about the 10 years ago. He knew about Asma. He knew about the note. He knew how the corpse swap would happen. Everything. He deduced that everything in this trial would happen the way he thought. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. It is Akira and Aquinto. Obviously, but that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth in the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that's why the defense called for further testimony from Dr. Seat. Testimony from me? About what? 10 years ago. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it escaped your attention, I already admitted to everything. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting your breath. His lordship made very plain your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There is no point in procrastinating this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handing of that hallowed bottle I slipped. That's what you call it. What is your objection, Lord Van Zix? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter ends. Oh, now you want to know. You what? Lord Van Zix. This is most irregular, to say the least. Where was Mr. Pursuit of the Truth in the first fucking game? However, as the prosecution also... Is it because now it's connected to your brother, so now you give a fuck? Okay. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Sid, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Please tell me we call the bullshit of the body swapping and no one have been there to see it. Began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note, structure was beneath the experimental stage. The body had to be arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the executions 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I have to protect it. So you did involve more people in it. I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for deception. So it seems it's all meticulous prepared. You did well to see through it. You are a very shrewd boy. Period. So kind of you. And what about the autopsy report? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower, instead of under the stage. That is all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instruction. No one else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There is no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. I disagree. Just look at her expression. Fucking... If the defense right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord? Okay, let's start pressing. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? Sorry, give me a second. Sorry about that. Okay. Do you have any idea who was from the discovery? The note was another. Do you have an idea? There are few people who know what happened. But did I saw a look around? No. Anyway, I have never heard of these engineers, so I have no idea. Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I have no choice. Protecting the professor's secret is my only concern. The horse bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zix. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand, you found the bird cage was the what you found in the bird cage was the wax model. Where then was the victim body? The body was. Okay. You knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obviously what have happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as have been... Okay! Who did the stabbing? Did you do the stabbing? You record the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork? A rapid sent by the carriage to the specific address at the specific time. Why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimental stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. Suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Osman. So, you mean this was your doing? I fetched a Harebrain ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, took with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birthday had fallen. Alone? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anyone else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage, where I found a birdcage lying in the dirt. I approximated, leaned down, and slowly opening up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Words. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Something about Dr. Sid's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yeah, mine too. Dr. Sid! There is no need to shout, I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? The cause of death, what she did to the victim. Down here. What is wrong? I don't know. Time of death? No. No. There is no blood in here. What should I do to the victim? How you stab Mr. Asma in the chest? That part. Fine. If that's what you want, there's no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you supplement your testimony now. If you wish, my lord. Present the cage.
Objection!
No. No. Let me press this.
Hold it!
And then let me swap and press the other one. I don't know what the game is going. So it was you who stabbed Asman with this. What am I missing? Far easier than this section, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantaneously from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I have been given. As unfleetly as ever, I don't doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay, so now we press it again. Skip. And then it's gonna give me the option again. What did you say before about the real cause of death? I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Cause of death was a neck trauma Asman suffered from the 30-foot throw.
Hold it!
I don't see anything wrong with that. You're quite sure it was a result of a broken neck? Yeah, as a professional, Sorry. Oh, it was a result of a broken neck? The professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why the coroners are needed to determine the actual fact. Assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony. No, there is blood here. So why isn't there blood here? Just artistic, just the 3D model. No, okay, no, this is not the type of game that does that. This has to be something. The fact that there is no blood here. It has to be significant for something. I'm gonna swap it back.
Hold it!
Oh, I just realized my model is not there. Why? Sorry about that. Okay, working. Sorry about that, not sure what happened. Oh, when I pause for a second to check. Present the other cage.
Objection!
Aha! I got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sit, in the last statement of yours, there is one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There is an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that lead to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photo in depth. There is nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But now we know the facts to be certain. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. I mean, I was thinking the blood in here, but at this point, I'm not 100% sure. Let's go with it.
Take that!
Look close at the blood stain on the victim's back. It clearly extends downwards direction towards the man's feet. Oh, that's where you wanna go with. I was just thinking it went down because it's just like... Because a chest is a bit upwards. Like, the chest is not completely flat. And you can see that there is a little bit of a curve here. So it would flow down a little bit there. But are you gonna go with that trick to say that he was standing up? I guess if he was laying down, would also flow in other directions. I did thought, I don't, did I said it? I didn't think about that, but when we first saw this, I thought, well, the blood splaying was kind of small, but that's a different thing. Why is that significant, Council? If the victim was stabbed at the moment before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sif made it very clear in her testimony just now. Sorry? Oh, more water. At the point at which she stole Mr. Professor Hainbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birch case had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the bird cage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim has been stabbed whilst inside the birch cage in that position, the blood from the wound will have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have... Oh. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Is it? Given that the victim's blood slipped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be a case where you stabbed Mr. Asman, that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sit, your last testimony was a total fabrication. Okay, so we are gonna go with he didn't actually die from the fall. He was able to stand up, and then she killed him to close everything because she needed to make sure the corpse was there. I mean, that doesn't really change in anything, actually, does it? I knew I was right. Now I have identified the contradictions. There is only one way to explain the fact. We'll be under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sit, you claim you were coerced into helping Dr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim he made the change of this. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim you altered the fake autopsy reports to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is out and out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Alcio, you have clearly struck upon a revelation. of the court what it is. That she's the one who killed the victim. So the stabbing is the one I want to go, or with... because the autopsy is still correct? It's very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly point out, the birch cage would have been falling on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in the position of his own accord.
Objection!
Impossible, the man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. This changes nothing of this story, but okay, let's keep going. When the birch cage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Asman didn't die from the fall. He probably lost conscience for a while, but when he came around, he got his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sit appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changed everything. Mr. Audi Asman killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Heimbrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trick, Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sit, who killed someone for a good reason. I guess protecting the government secret is a reason, even though, okay. Order, can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped by admitting to be an accomplice in Dr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, shut up. You're so desperate you're making all this shit up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. The Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, our logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There is no connection to Dr. Sif. I mean, because, you know, you have to keep the entire blackmail fabricated history. If the guy is alive, you can be, the truth from 10 years ago gonna be revealed. I don't see how that is not enough motivation. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. Sure, there is no obvious motive. Yes, there is. But there is still something in the back of my mind. I'm sure I have seen somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have doubled with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murder someone for no reason is very different.
Objection!
No, it's not. No, when you question what happened, when you question what possibly reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What is it, Counsel? Enlighten us. Yeah, enlighten us. I don't know. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something seems strange, but we have no reason to suspect at the time. There is a particular object that explains why Dr. Sit would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. I guess the Iron Mask because nothing else could be. The fuck these capos even mean here? It's the Iron Mask. You lost me. Huh? Okay. Wait, did I? Why that? Well, of all the things I saw yesterday, it left the greatest impression, so clearly have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, no, that's the wrong thing. Forgive the interruption, Dr. Sit, but what my colleague meant to say was scapels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you? Did you say scapels? I feel like I'm forgetting something. It would appear the word has struck a chord, Doctor. The fuck does scapels even mean? I'm lost. Yesterday when we visited your laboratory... Oh, that thing! Look at this big thick book here. I completely forgot about this. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchased very... Okay, I did say at the time, I didn't know if it was supposed to be something important of the case or just foreshadowing for a character trait or something. I wasn't sure about it. Okay, it was a hint about something. The team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis. One entry seems rather strange. They are buying 500 scapels every month. 500 scapels a month? First, I wonder what on earth could you be using that many scapels for? But actually, I realize now it's not the scapels itself that are significant. It's the money disappearing every month from the department accounting. Asman criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic team accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Dr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that he would use to wreak money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret. Good! You are not being blackmailed by a man. You're being blackmailed by two different guys. I don't know what exactly happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourselves of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So, in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will, and you stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You will never understand. None of you. What we have to keep covering up all these long years. I mean, Strongheart is gonna kill you, so open your fucking mouth. Might as well. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless we speak out. And if we decide not to, it's very possible the Courtney's Seat will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, own up what you have done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright, successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your oh my god. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you have been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate have over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the audible brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? Sorry, that's not what he said. The able, brained. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child. They make me sick, I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the Kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Osmond article have deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Osmond, did it? Which is where the very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Longgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what have happened. Even if it means discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future careers he might have. So, your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sit to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Osmond turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my service as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article off the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being an appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise the plan. What a horrid detail. You robbed me of my future, but I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I have to suffer. I really don't dislike you. Dr. Sit was a bit boring, but okay. You were fun. Your actions against those who have ruined your future was justified as revenge, at least to yourself. So yeah, following the same as Olive Green on the second case, and the journalist on the first case. Killing for justice, to put in a mild way. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gains. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Hainbrain only crime was his passion for his hypothesis. No. You said bright future. He doesn't have a bright future. You have no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and other misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Nothing wrong with some good old revenge. Lord Van Zix, what of Dr. Sit? An immunity warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's being remanded in custody, my lord. Oh, she's being remand. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Trevor. A most regrettable situation indeed. She made a great contribution to her profession over the years. It really is the hard truth to swallow. However, there is a topic for future occasions. For now, Professor Harebrained. Yes. It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. Like, changing from Drebber to Dr. Sip. Like, okay, we have brought more of the truth. But it doesn't really change anything story-wise. Like, because she was also willing to kill for what she believed was a good reason, but kinda weird to have that extra at the end. I guess just for the extra, because it was cool to have the extra. This has been a very long and profound trial. I am pleased to say you were absolved of all guilt. This whole experiment has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I mean, the dedication to science, the dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered above all, a fool. And above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it, in the process, I caused others pain and misery. Have you? Others who are far greater people than I, have you? No, Professor, that's not true. What? No, Von Zix, give me evidence if you wanna say that. Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and he's alone. And you know, the government? His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Only the government are. Lord Von Zix. And it is the region with which he refers to you earlier, calling you a fool. Talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that is laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another from such choices. This feels different from the character of Von Zix we have been introduced for the last 8 cases. But okay. Yeah, 6. He started on the 3rd one. 6, no, 3, 4, 5, 2, this. 5 cases. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? Is this court expectation that you will find the defendant not guilty of charge of which he stands accused? I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord? Certainly not. This trial hasn't made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. Huh? What is that? It's done? Huh? It's all over? Can I go home? I don't know what become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. Bailiff, bring back the fireworks. We need a batch of new ones. Fresh ones. Okay. Not guilty. Fireworks. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. And we opened the Pandora box that is the case of 10 years ago. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly, besides myself with gratitude, how can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I have the research grant, honestly, I feel like it would have been a really good case to be the 5th case of the last game. Because this creates so much interesting foreshadow for the big mystery. And this feels like a climax. This was fucking long. This feels like a climatic trial. It did lack a little bit of things. Okay, I'm just gonna complain now. I wish we have outbursts from Sid at the end, but okay. But this could have been an end of the game trial, honestly. It did not disappoint me. I do think the whole swap the bodies is dumb, and the entire plan resides on the idea that the first person who is going to see the body is the chief of the forensic team, and no other person in the tower or policeman is going to be there, which I think is stupid, but okay. Right now, you know, if I have that research grant money, I will give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that is very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquaintance is more than enough. No. We need to pay for food. Aris and Sherlock are banking everything. We need to get some money, Susato. Oh dear, what can I do? How about this is a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you actually gonna do now? Well, what am I gonna do now? My hypothesis and great machinery lies in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I will enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here, too, and see if any new inspirations hit me. Oh, that's a wonderful... I cannot allow that! Lord Van Zix! What's up, bro? Bardock! I'm sorry I have to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind my bench there, staring down on your prey. You are one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anyone else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I hear that right? I always knew you have my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in Alton? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Okay, this thing doesn't need this music. Listen, Albert. Thank you, game. In a few days, your acquaintance will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover, and I will accompany you. What? From there, you will cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on, Barak. What about the great exhibition? This is a... Nope, no sightseeing, Albert. Give up on idea. Every time I prosecute someone die. Understand that. The only person who survived was someone who left the country. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Lord Van Zix? What is this about? You know, Ryunosuke. A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Yeah, she thinks. Well, Aris told me that when you met Lord Van Zix at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time. I think it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months since he stood trial, with the Reaper as the prosecution, as well as Gina, who is working for the police. Oh, you mean the Reaper influence doesn't stretch overseas or to Gina? Losing the Reaper signs matter in days or sometimes months after their acquaintal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps the government the Reaper act that governs the Reaper actions. The truly innocent are spared. Which means you believe that you have never ever prosecuted someone who could have been innocent. Okay. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barok. Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That is why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your French-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness! Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zix? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... Sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. I wish they would have given an actual character like this in the first game, because now he is a bit more interesting. But in the first game, he was boring as fuck. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure to getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. How much do you know about the case of 10 years ago? Now, my Nipponese friend? Oh, yes, I thought you'd be gone. I have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, that was strange. For some reason I didn't get a sense of him beating Doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma. Baron Van Zix. What did he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. And then he's gonna be dead. Oh, he's not dead. And there isn't a corpse in the middle of the courtroom. So, are you satisfied? You saved the guiltless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved that at least the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you have been wondering where the animosity towards you Nipponese come from. Racism, xenophobia. Pick your word. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who have no business being here. Then I realized you just hate all Japanese. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific instinct led you to thoroughly dislike of my race. Will you tell us what happened, please? The professor was Japanese. The professor. I thought I never heard the name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took our brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zix. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already a director of prosecution and a key member of the judiciary. I look up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice system in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 6 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I have no idea. Ooh! So Mikotoba, the judge, and the professor. Oh, this is fun. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you have actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exciting in their standards. Exalting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. Parallel 6, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So, he wouldn't have wanted it in any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer identity, the reason why no one have been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He have been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extreme sensitivity, the sensitive diplomacy between the British and the Japanese empires. A new threat was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese threat of friendship and navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussion. Which is why this particular killer appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. The British public have known the identity of the killer. Not only would the threat have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well end up at war. Same way, reason why... What was her name? Jet Brainley? No. From the first case. A war between Britain and Japan. But that would mean... Oh, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, it's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
No,
Wait a minute.
he said Japanese was
That
so
face.
fucking funny.
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere.
Yeah, because he's Mikotoba's friend. Is he Kazuma's father or something?
Father. What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
This is... I hate this plot twist.
As he stood there
I hate
before me,
this.
Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
Prefer your less design, but okay.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
And the professor murder weapon?
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But...
And your
I
dream was
still
come
can't
here
believe
to
it.
prove his innocence.
Mass murderer. He's Kazuma's father.
Don't destroy the statue. That's... Okay.
Kazuma-sama.
Oh, dual wielding.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about,
Yes.
but now is not the time.
Yes, it is.
I'll be seeing you.
You don't have where to sleep, my dude. Come to my house. There is no fucking reason for you to separate from us right now.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life. Is he? Look, turn off, turn off. Yes, Kazuma Asogi. My best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I have an inkling there was something there, some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zick's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? How did Lord Strongheart get a hold of the fucking Kazuma, who should have been in Hong Kong? Did they just never... I guess they just never put the body out of the boat and he was just staying there somewhere with amnesia, and Sholmes was like, yep, I'm gonna take care of this guy until then, and then deliver it to Chief Lord Justice or something. I really want to see why Holmes kept us that as a secret from us. Okay. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That is the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I thank you for meeting with me when I asked, as I asked. And so, as a vampire, he just disappeared. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I ever met him. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. Never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I have started to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that his friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me that the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I want to see how old Susato is. But we cannot open the courtroom records here. I studied to become qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you have worked it out, the young man's name was Kazuma. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Okay, so we are gonna end the stream here. I am exhausted. I thought the trial was gonna be like a 1 to 2 hours, just prove the innocence and establish some bridges and go. This was so much longer than I thought it was going to be, and I am very much tired. So let's stop here for the day. And then we can start the fourth case tomorrow. I do have some problems with the conclusion of the trial. As I said, I don't like the whole... how stupid it was that the entire plan was hinged on her being the first to see the body, which... Also, the entire forensic organization just went with her, I guess. The swap to her being the killer at the end, I also don't see the point. But okay. I also find that Kazuma is actually alive plot twist to be stupid, but fuck it. We need him now for the plot to happen, but I don't know. Honestly, nothing regarding Kazuma I really enjoy. Maybe it's going to be fun in the next 2 cases, but he in the first and second trial of the first game was But let's see. Let's see. The game has 2 cases to create a climax. I'm assuming they are both going to be connected in some way. Like how this, it's not going to be a duology of cases, a trio with this one also being connected to it. We'll see. I am tired as fuck. But in general, it was a fun case. It was long. Holy shit, it was long. But as always, thank you very much for watching today's stream. If you're interested in watching more of my content live, I try to stream on Twitch every day. If you're interested in watching of my old content, I try to archive everything on my YouTube channel. Once again, thank you very much for watching, and hopefully you will join me tomorrow. Bye bye.